Welcome to the East Kingdom's Bardic Champions event.
Welcome to their majesties, Tyndall and Albrecht, consuls of the East.
Welcome to the champions who fought so hard to be here.
Welcome to the participants. May you have the best of luck today.
And welcome to the audience. We hope you enjoy the festivities of the day.
Thank you for coming to this fine event as we find our new Bardic champions for the East Kingdom, hosted by Virtual Concordia of the Snows.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. It is fantastic to be here today. I'd like to echo that. Thank you to Master Grimm, Lord Drake, our champions who have done a fantastic job keeping the Bardic community moving, getting this going. A huge thank you to our virtual event steward today, and to everyone who showed up to watch. It's so encouraging to see people from so many different areas of the kingdom getting to come together to perform today, to compete for Bardic Champion. And it's great, even apart, to have a live event. That may mean that this feels like a real live event where there's little moments where we step aside or we try and coordinate a thing. I'm happy about that. It makes it feel like a good step forward.
I'm going to thank our fabulous web team for being able to host this virtual event for us, and to our Barony Quarry the Snows for being able to get this event together and to be able to choose our Bardic champions. Even though we're apart, we can still have this virtual forum to see them perform, and maybe we might be able to get to interact with them a little bit. But good luck to all the competitors who have entered our Bardic champions. I can't wait to see them.
Deanna, you're muted.
Day. I want to thank everybody for coming, for all of the performers. Good luck to you. I want to also thank some of the performers who sent me recordings so that we have things to listen to while the judges confer and while their majesties confer on who their next champions will be. The entertainers that have sent music during the breaks include Annalisa Salanatana, Michael of York, Musica Tramontana, who includes Rafina Cambrensis, John Ellis, Thorfinn Haragensen, and myself. Rondelay Music, who includes Sabine and Margrethe. And then there are also duet performances by Rafina Cambrensis and John Ellis. It's important to be able to have something to see and something to hear while everybody is doing their thing. Without any further ado, I will hand the rest of the day over to Drake and Grimm. I want to thank them for their judging and also for helping with organizing and making sure that we have people ready to go. So without any further ado, Drake and Grimm, you're on.
Thank you so much, Gianna. We're so grateful to you for the time and effort that you have put in preparing this event and coordinating with us. Your Majesties, it has been such an honor and such a privilege to serve you the past, you and your predecessor the past 14 months. And we'll have time for that later. I want to also thank Annalita Falconbridge, Mistress Annalita Falconbridge, who graciously agreed to join us in the judges booth today. And Grimm, my partner in crime, this has been a joy. We are going to start off the competition in just a few moments. I believe we have shared this out. I'm going to, however, just to be safe, announce out the order of the first round so that just in case anybody missed it or didn't get the message, they're aware of the order we're going in for round one. We will be starting off with David Anthony, the Foxy Bard, followed by Robert Teitz, followed by Baracha Batmira Vishlomo, followed by Amalia van Hohensee, followed by Olfar, followed by Ona, followed by Solveig, and Agnes de Calais will be cleaning up for the end of the first round. The time limit for the first round is 4 minutes. And we should have all of the documentation. I believe I have Foxy's documentation. As soon as he tells us which piece he's chosen for round one, I'll make sure I put that in so that we have it all to look at for reference. All right. So Foxy, are you here and are you ready? Because if you are, please unmute and introduce yourself and introduce your piece.
I am here. Yes. Yes, and everything is working, and everything is ready, and everything is prepared. I believe I just need my key. Yes, there it is. All right.
Will you be performing for us first?
So the first one will not be one of the documented ones. This is a non-documented one because as much as I tried, I could not find a definitive origin for it aside from Salonika and maybe Rhodes. I don't know. But yes, this song is called Siete Modos de Guisar la Berenjena, because, good gentlemen, I have a confession to make.
Confess thou, sinner.
Well, thank you.
Sorry.
My partner in crime, who theoretically should be supporting me with these sorts of gentle. Every now and then I like to confess things, and when I do, I announce it. And when I announce it, I greatly appreciate if you could all just point to me and shout, "Confess thou, sinner!" It keeps me sane. So I have a confession to make.
Confess thou, sinner.
Thank you very much. And that confession is that I'm not only a bard, I am also a chef and a drunk. I do a show every week called Cooking with Foxy. So to that end, we're going to be doing a song about cooking eggplant and drinking wine in Ladino, because I am a Jewish wine-drinking chef bard. Yeah, that makes sense. Siete modas de guisados, que guisa la berenjena, la primera que la guisa es la baba de Elena. Ya nace bocaditos y la mente en una cena. Esta comida la llama comida de berenjena. A mi tío será así, que le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. La segunda que la guisa es una mujer de chamas, que caca por adentro y la hincha de Roma. Esta comida la llama comida de dolma. Esta comida la llama la comida de dolma. A mi tío será así, que le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. La tercera que la guisa es la mi prima de stergiote, la cavaca por adentro y la hincha de rosmote. Esta comida la llama la comida de rondrote. Esta comida la llama la comida del mondrote. A mi tío será así, que le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. La alburnia saborida en color y en color. Haremos una cena, nos cocerremos los dos antes que venga el gusano y le quite el sabor. Antes que venga el gusano y le quite el sabor. A mi tío será así, se le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. Estas mesas en las fiestas siempre brillan el chandracho. Lo haremos una cena, ellas brillan en los platos. Esperando son servidos, con los huevos caminando. Esperando son servidos, con los huevos caminando. A mi tío será así, se le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. La salada mullaniza es pastosa y saborida. Mi vecina ya prepara con aceite de oliva. Estos platos acompaños con los bestos gallininas. Los patos acompaños a sus bestos gallininas. A mi tío será así, se le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. La 70 que la guisa es más mejor y más llanina. Se prepara filisti, la hija de la mi vecina. Esa noche en el forno, de la cabeza en la cocina. Con aceite y con pimienta, he llamado mayería. A mi tío será así, se le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. Mi tío será así, se le agrada beber vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. Con el vino, mucho y bien el vino. y berenjenas. Thank you, good gentles.
Beautifully done, Foxy. Thank you. And if you ever would pause for a moment while the judges take a moment to record their reflections on that performance. Next up will be Robert Tights. I want to verify, is Robert on with us?
Yes, here I am.
Excellent. Give us just a moment, Robert,
Okay.
and then you will get started. Right. All right, Robert, thank you for being with us today, and take it away.
Hello. So I'm going to be performing today William Cornish's Robin, written sometime around the turn of the 15th or 16th century. Robin, gentle Robin, tell me how thy layman doth, and thou shalt know of mine. Robin, gentle Robin, tell me how thy layman doth, and thou shalt know of mine. My lady is unkind, I wis, alack, why is she so? She loves another better than me, and yet she will say no. Robin, gentle Robin, tell me how thy layman doth, and thou shalt know of mine. I will not think such doubleness, for I find women true. In faith, I know she loves me well, she will trade for no new. Robin, gentle Robin, tell me how thy layman doth, and thou shalt know of mine.
Thank you, Robert. Very nicely done. Let us take a moment for the judges. The next up will be Baracha. Pause one moment, though, please. Thank you. Next, we have Baracha Batmira Vishlomo. Please unmute and make your way to the stage.
Good morning. I will be performing Bella Porta de Rubini by Andrea Falconieri. It is a late Renaissance Italian art song. And thank you very much. Just finding the pitch. And that's it. Bella Porta di Rubini, capri varco dolci accendi, che nerisi peregrini, scopri per lucenti. Sien lacenti nostri baci, sien lacenti nostri baci. Thank you.
Lovely.
Beautifully done, Baraka. Thank you so much. Let us take a moment, and we will, the judges will reflect on this piece, and then we will proceed with Amalia. All right, let us proceed with Amalia von Hohensie. Unmute and take it away.
Good morning, friends. I am Amalia von Hohensie of the Barony of Stonemarch, and this morning I'm going to be singing for you a fun little ditty called Have You Seen But a White Lily Grow? The poetry for this song was written by the English playwright Ben Jonson, who is a contemporary of Shakespeare, in his 1616 play called The Devil is an Ass. The music was probably written by Robert Johnson, although it's technically anonymous. One of the things that I really love about this song is that it's a wonderful example of a musical concept called text painting. So text painting is when the musical gesture imitates or illustrates the literal meaning of a word. For example, have you seen but a white lily grow? On the word grow, you hear an ascending line to illustrate the meaning of that word. So the composer wrote that one in. However, in this style, the performer was also expected to add their own flavor and spice to the music by doing their own ornamentation and improvisation, which you will be hearing as well. And you may also be hearing some improvisation from my toddler, who is on the floor next to me. Thank you all so much. Have you seen but a white lily grow? Before rude hands have touched it, have you marked but the fall of the snow? Before the earth hath smutched it, have you felt the wool of beaver, or swans down ever, or have smelt of the bud of the briar, or the nut in the fire, or have tasted the bag of the bee? Thank you.
Lovely, Amalia. Thank you so much. Let us take a moment for the judges to reflect on that performance, and then we will have joining us Ulfar. And also, my apologies, Amalia. I had told you I was going to try to put you toward the back and managed to completely space on that since I know your babysitter doesn't get here till 11. Way to roll with it. So thank you. And I promise I owe you a big favor. All right, I'm ready. Excellent. Ulfar, you're on.
Greetings, your majesties, honored judges, esteemed competitors, and good gentles all. I am Ulfar Giltir of the barony of Setmore Swamp in this kingdom of the East. The challenge presented before us was to bring a piece that both inspires and uplifts. In order to meet this request, I have chosen to perform an original work in the form of a skaldic praise poem that celebrates the strength and resilience of the Eastern people. I present to you Blood of the Tiger, Blood of the East. Listen, O lords, listen, ladies, and give ear, good gentles all, for I sing the song of the soul of the East, for I tell the tale of tigers bold. The East endures, ever mighty, its people proud, proved in fire, fell friends, fiercely loyal, strong they stand in storm's wild winds. This terrible tiger, Titan of the East, bane of the battlefield, bringer of song, steadfast steward, stalwart in service, and master maker in majesty crowned. Its high head, our hallowed crown, regal ring givers, royal and just, leaders and lawgivers, a lesson in chivalry, who serve their subjects with solemn dedication. Fearsome its fangs and formidable its claws, the weapons wielders, warriors of the East. In storm of staves, they stand undaunted against great odds in glory return. The bards and balladeers, the bearers of its stories, tongue of the tiger, teller of its tales, the merry minstrel, the music makers, the poets and players, its praise they spread. The bones of this beast, its body's strength, those in service set forth solid in their duty. They carry the kingdom and keep it hale from dawn of day till dark of night. The skilled scribe with scrolls of gold, the cunning clothier and crafter of silver, the builder and bladesmith all bring their art to form the fur of this fine feast. But the blood of the tiger, its beating heart, the spirit and spark from which springs its life, the forge's flame that fires its soul, the proud populous people of the East, rise, O regal East, renowned tiger, for time will tell tales of your greatness, of your people's prowess and perseverance. Bold blood of the tiger, blood of the East. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulfar. Very well done. Let the judges take a moment to reflect. We're also taking a moment to, I'm quickly reviewing the audience response, which of course is on a delay from us, but that's all right, and I can periodically catch it up. We all set over here? Okay, one moment. All right. Next, we have for you Ona. Please unmute and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Ona Serajishka Deshevry. I am pleased to sing for your majesties and for our entire audience, our honorable judges, my fellow competitors. I am from the barony of Smoking Rocks, and today I would like to sing a tune, one of the few that has both survived in word and in music, from the 12th night, or what you will. When that I was and a little tiny boy, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, a foolish thing, was but a toy for the rain. It raineth every day. With a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, for the rain, it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, 'gainst knaves and thieves, men shut their gates, for the rain, it raineth every day. With a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, for the rain, it raineth every day. But when I came, alas, to wive, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, by swaggering never could I thrive. For the rain, it raineth every day. With a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, for the rain, it raineth every day. But when I came unto my beds, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, with tosspots still had drunken heads, for the rain, it raineth every day. With a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, for the rain, it raineth every day. A great while ago the world begun, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain. But that's all one, our play is done, and we strive to please you, everyone, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain. For the rain, it raineth every day. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ona. I think that's my first time hearing you, and I trust it will not be the last, because I definitely enjoyed that. Thank you. Let us take a moment to reflect. And Solveig, Armin, make ready. All right. Annalita, comfortable? Excellent. All right. On we go. Next, Solveig, if you would unmute, introduce yourself, and off you go now.
Greetings, your majesties, Kingdom of the East. How good it is to see
Your audio levels, Solveig, are very low. Want to make sure we can hear you properly.
how good it is to see that the world is recovering. I'm Solveig Bjarn, our daughter, and I bring to you a song of praise. No, a chant. Santa Maria! Stemma celi extirpavit, quae octavit Dominum, mortis pestem quam plantavit, primus parens hominum, ipsa stella nunc inietur, sidera compescere, quorum bella plegam celut, dire mortis ulcere, opissima stella maris, a peste succurre nobis. Agimus Domina, non filius tuus, nihil negens te honora. Salva nos, Iesu, pro quibus Virgo Mater, te honorat.
Thank you, Solveig. It was lovely. We'll take a moment to reflect. Agnes, if you will make ready, I believe we are ready for you. Please unmute and proceed.
To your majesties, to our honored judges, and to the populace, I feel and see you this day. Though we are not together, we are very, very much together in spirit. I come to you today with a story, a buoyant tale, guaranteed to lift you up, as was part of our challenge today. Earlier today, here in my solar, I was studying the works of Vitruvius and his books De Architectura, about how the Romans built things. He tells the story of one Archimedes, a scientist, a philosopher, and a mathematician who worked for one King Hiero of Syracuse. Hiero was a tyrant, and history tells us so in many an accounting. Well, he could be good to those in his employ, he could change like that. One day, as the king was being dressed, his new crown was lowered upon his head. Hiero, being a tyrant, trusted no one, and he thought to himself, the crown feels light, lighter than it should upon the head of a king. He called to him the wisest one he knew, who was a bit of a different sort, but smart nonetheless. Come to me, Archimedes. Archimedes came into the court. Your Highness, he said, you have called. Archimedes, I have doubt. Does he not always, thought Archimedes? I doubt that the gold that I sent for this crown made it all to the crown. I want you to tell me, and I want you to find if this is true. But you may not touch the crown, for you are not the king. Archimedes was troubled by this, because you see, tyrants are prone to gift you generously or take your head generously. He went to have a bath. Don't we all when one must calm themselves? As Archimedes lowered his great self into the tub, there was a mighty splash upon the bathhouse floor, the tiles awash. Oh, he thought, it is as though a great tide has come in. A young lad lowered himself into the bath across the room, and only a ripple went over the side. And then, straight away, as though a lock clicking in a key, Archimedes ran from the bath, went through the town, and went naked into court, screaming, Eureka! I have found it. Oh, they had found it all right, for there was Archimedes nude before the king, a tyrant of a king, who was not amused by such antics, and he said, Your Highness, whilst I was in the bath, it came to me. It came to you. Yes, it did, my lord. You see, when I'm in the bath, I push aside a great amount of water before I float, whereas a young lad only pushes aside a little. So I think that if I take the crown and I place it in water, and we measure the water that comes over the side, and we take an equal amount of gold, and we put it in a bit of water, like the ingots that you sent away, and it pushes aside, the water should be the same, unless, of course, they've added silver. Then it would not push aside or displace the water so. Said the king. Water was fetched, gold was fetched, silver was fetched, and into the ewers were placed the crown, and water spewed out, and it was so that they did see the water that came over the sides was not the same as that was pure ingots of gold. Inferior ingots of copper or silver had been added to the crown. One cannot tolerate a false crown for what it says. It says that one has deceived the king, and he who deceives the king has no place. Because our dear Hiero was a tyrant, let us not talk of what happened to the poor jeweler who thought that perhaps his king was not so wise, but let us remember that above all else, be buoyant and float like a true crown of true gold. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. That was well done. We will all adjourn the judges to deliberate and discuss this first round, which is now concluded. Deanna, if you would take it away while we abscond.
Very well then. The performers that are competing can move back into the green room if you like. And Matthias will continue with more pictures and background music while we take approximately a 15-minute break.
Greetings, good gentles. If you were to travel to the eastern lands, Constantinople, Antioch, Acre, any of those kinds of places, you would hear tales of a great hero. His name is Rostam, and there's his horse as well, Raksh, which is a warrior horse of great abilities. And Rostam is a huge man, full grown by the time he was 11 or 12, and is stronger than any 5 other men combined. So, something a little bit like Beowulf might be. And this is a story about Rostam. Rostam would always be at the vanguard of the battle and protecting the lands of the king of Persia. And he would always lead the vanguard, always defeating the heroes from the opposing army, and then afterwards would retire to the court of the king of Persia and get his just rewards: silks, tapestries, spices, wines, scents, all sorts of wild animals, donkeys, camels. And then he would proceed across the desert back to his own home in the far lands of Persia. In this particular case, after this particular battle, he was on his own because he'd sent the caravan ahead and he wanted to just sort of relax and take his time because he enjoyed being out underneath the stars with a pleasant fire. So here he is, sitting by his fire, having a very quiet, pleasant evening, and he hears the sounds of battle about a mile away in the desert. And he's a little bit, it's fairly quiet, obviously, and he can hear the sounds, and it doesn't sound right. And so he mounts his horse, takes his mace, and he charges off to see what's going on, and gets there in fairly good time and comes across 7 thieves attacking a magician. And the magician is barely holding his own against these 7 who want his wares and want to take him as prisoner. And our hero Rostam rides up and he says, "Hold this. This is not all right." And they all stop and they turn to him and they all attack him instantaneously because his wealth, obviously with the trappings of his horse and his finance, is far more valuable than this measly old magician that they've been fighting with. And Rostam and Raksh, the horse, are thus forced to fight, even though this is not what Raksh wanted and not what Rostam wanted. And they end up killing many of them and driving off the others. And after the battle is over, I'll spare you all the details, Rostam looks down and the poor magician is pretty badly torn up. His campsite's been completely demolished. And so he gathers him up, mounts him on the horse, and brings him back to his own camp, puts him down by the fire, bandages his wounds, gives him things to drink, sweetmeats to eat, and they sit and chat and enjoy the evening. And after the magician has sort of gathered himself and is sort of back to contentment, he turns to Rostam and he said, "I would like to give you a gift. What would you like?" And Rostam laughs and he says, I don't need anything. I have the stars, I have a lovely fire, I have the sweet smelling smoke that comes from the fire. I am content, good man, I am content. And the magician stares at him intently for a few minutes and then reaches into the fire and pulls out a handful of smoke that was gathering above the fire and kneads it in his hands the way you might knead clay. And then he reaches very carefully up into the sky and he pulls down 2 stars and he adds them to that which he is kneading in his hands. And then at the last, he quickly reaches in and snatches a small flame from the fire and adds it, and then breathes on it very carefully, and then holds it out as a present to Rostam. And when he opens his hands, Rostam sees there a small gray kitten, the color of smoke, with sparkling eyes and a little red tongue that flickers in and out. And that, my friend, is how the cat came to Persia. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. The judges have convened with their majesties, and we have determined unanimously that that was an incredible first round. We have 8 competitors, and they all came, and every last one of you brought it. And we need to hear more before we can make any determinations, or we can make any eliminations even. So everyone is moving on to round 2. Congratulations, you earned it. We are going to order the performances for this round, the reverse order from round 1. Which means, and I see the look on your face, that yes, Agnes, you get to go first. So we will be leading off with Agnes, followed by Solveig, followed by Ona, Olfar, Amalia, Baracha, Robert, and Foxy. Take a breath. When you are ready, Agnes, you may take the stage.
Greetings to my kingdom, to my consuls, and to the judges. Again, we return here to where I sit and where I study, where I ponder, though apart, not alone. Today I tell you of one writing I have also discovered. You see, back in the 13th century, a few hundred years ago, there was a monk. His name was Matthew of Paris, and he was most peculiar in that his writings were not totally of the celestial nature, but of what occurs here. He has a great book with volumes that speak of kings and tragedies and deaths and happiness and unique occurrences in the weather, the land, and turmoil in the sea. He writes that in the year of 1247, in the Ides of February, that is the 13th before St. Valentine's Day, an earthquake was felt in London, all places, and especially so among the Thames. So significant was it, so unusual, so unnatural, the buildings shook, terrible damage occurred, cracks appeared, and all did clasp and think, surely this might be the end of the world. The elements greatly agitated and disturbed for even 3 days hence. 3 days previous, 3 days, the elements were odd. You see, hold on, he writes here, he says that the sea did ebb and flow but little 3 days before. What other than divine intervention and the coming end could have caused the sea to cease its endless journey back and forth? Long spell of bad weather followed, unseasonably wintry, stormy, and cold, and so wet that both gardeners and farmers contemplated that perhaps spring had been transformed into winter, and there would be no spring, for spring is a fickle mistress like that, isn't she, though? We bask in her warmth and revel in her sun, only to freeze beneath our cloak the next day and to shake off the ice. Anyhow, this disturbed weather continued well into the feast of St. Benedict on the 11th of July. Scarcely a fine day intervened at all, so much that they thought perhaps no crops would grow. What do we learn from Matthew? You see this, when the earth quakes and even the sea fails to be constant, we know in our hearts that a sun will rise, spring will come, warmth will remain, and like flowers, fair ones, we will bloom again. Take that, fair East, know that summer is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Very well done. The judges are going to take a moment to reflect, and then we will proceed with Solveig's second performance. All right, our judges are ready, which means Solveig, welcome back.
We are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but without darkness, we can't appreciate the light. So the yin to our yang, we taste the sweet light, but then feel the bitterness of the dark. And so I remind you of the dark, so we may now enjoy our light. In darkness, let me dwell. The ground shall sorrow be. Nor of despair to borrow a cheerful light from me. The walls of marble black that moisten still shall weep, still shall weep. My music, hellish jarring sounds, to banish friendly sleep. That waited to my woes, and bid it to my tomb. Oh, let me living die. Oh, let me living die. Till death do come. Till death do come. Till death do come. In darkness, let me dwell.
Thank you so much, Solveig. Let us take a moment to reflect. And I want to remind those of you who are watching this live on the YouTube live stream that part of what we are attempting to measure is audience response. And the most effective way in this medium that we can do that is through your chat. We are tracking the chat on the live stream. And so we really, really want to see what you have to say and what speaks to you in these performances. So don't get quiet. Even if it feels like it calls for it, let us know how you're doing. Thank you. Ona, you will be on next, but give us just one more moment. All right. Ona, when you are ready, unmute and proceed.
Thank you. My next song is one that I chose as a nod to happier days that are in our near future. At least we all hope that they are. This one comes from another English monarch's reign, in this case written by the monarch himself, Henry VIII, around 1513. Pastime with good company, I love and shall until I die. Grush who lust, yet none deny. So God be pleased, thus live will I. For my pastimes, hunt, sing, and dance, my heart is set. All goodly sport, for my comfort, who shall me let? Youth must have some dalliance, of good or ill, some pastimes. Company methinks then best, all thoughts and fancies to digest. For idleness is chief mistress of vices all. But who can say both mirth and play are best of all? Company with honesty is virtue, vice is to flee. Company is good and ill, but every man hath his free will. The best ensue, the worst eschew. My mind shall be virtue to use, vice to refuse. So shall I use me.
Thank you so much, Ona. Ulfar will be next after a brief reflection. All right, I believe we are ready. So, Ulfar, if you would unmute, proceed.
Once again, hail to your majesties, honored judges, esteemed competitors, and good gentles all. For my second piece, I turn to the pages of Snorri Sturluson's 13th century Icelandic prose Edda for a tale of Thor and Loki in the land of the Jotun, a tale of trials, a tale of competition. But beneath the levity of this tale, there is a deeper message, that even when you seem to lose, your true strength is greater than you can ever imagine. I present to you the contest at Utgarda. Thor and his companions saw a fortress, and it was so large that in order to see it, they had to bend their necks all the way back. Thor approached the gate and tried to open it, but finally they had to squeeze between the bars. Entering, they saw a large hall, and inside there were many people, most of them rather large. They went before the king, Utgarda Loki, but he took his time in noticing them. Then Utgarda Loki said, grinning, "Am I wrong in thinking that this little fellow is Thor? Tell me, companion, what skills do you think you're capable of competing? No one can stay here that does not possess some skill greater than that of other men." Then Loki spoke up. "I have a skill that is ready to be tested. No one in this hall would move quicker than I at eating. Utgarda Loki called to the one who was called Loki to come forward. A trough full of meat was placed on the floor before them. Loki placed himself at one end, Loki at the other. Each began to eat as fast as they could, and they met in the middle. Loki had eaten all of the meat, but Loki had eaten not only the meat, but also the bones and even the trough. Utgarda Loki asked Thialfi when he could compete. Thialfi replied that he would run a race against whomever Utgarda Loki chose. Utgarda Loki called to a little fellow named Hugi in order to him to run the race. They ran the first race, and Hugi was so far in the lead that when he reached the end, he turned around and faced his opponent. Then they ran the race for a second time. When Hugi reached the end of the course, Thialfi was behind him by the distance of a long bow shot. Oh, I think this Thialfi can run, but I have no faith that he's going to win. When Hugi finished the third race, Thialfi had not even reached the midpoint of the course. Utgarda Loki asked Thor what feats he would show them, as so many tales were told of his exploits. Thor replied that he would pit himself against someone in drinking. Utgarda Loki called to his cupbearer, telling him to bring the feasting horn. It is said that drinking from this horn is well done if he's emptying one drink. Some drain it in two, but no one is such a small-time drinker that I cannot drain it in 3 drinks. Thor eyed the horn. It did not seem very large, though it was rather long. He began to drink, swallowing hugely. When he had drunk as much as he could, he looked inside to see how much of the drink remained. It seemed to him that the level of the horn had only been slightly lower than it had been before. I would not have believed it if I had been told that Thor of the Aesir would not have drunk more. But I know you'll empty it in a second drink. Thor did not reply. He placed the horn to his mouth, resolving to take a larger drink. Struggling with it as long as he could hold his breath, he lowered the horn and looked inside, and it seemed to him that the level had gone down even less than it had in the first try. What now, Thor? Seems to me that if you're going to take a third drink, it had better be the biggest. But you will not be known as great a man as the Aesir call you if you do not give a better account of yourself. Then Thor grew angry. Placing the horn to his mouth, he began to drink with all of his might, continuing as long as he could. When he lowered the horn, it seemed that he had made some difference. He handed the horn back and would drink no more. Ha! Clearly your strength is not as great as we thought. I would try still another game. Here among us, little boys do something thought of as a rather small matter. Ha! They try to lift my cat off the ground. But I would never have thought of proposing such a thing to Thor of the Aesir. Now a great cat jumped onto the floor of the hall. Thor approached it and started to lift it up. But as much as Thor raised his hand, the cat arched its back. When Thor reached as high as he could, only one of the cat's paws was off the ground. Beyond this effort, Thor could do no more. This contest has gone as I expected. The cat is rather large, while Thor is short and small compared to the larger men here among us. Although you call me little, let someone come and wrestle with me. Utgarda Loki looked over. I don't see any man here who would find it dignified to wrestle with you. Up away! Call my nurse, the old woman Ellie. She's thrown to the ground men who seem no less strong than Thor. Next, an old woman came into the hall. The story is not long to tell. The more strength Thor threw into the grappling, the more steadfastly she resisted him. Then the old crone showed her skill. Thor lost his footing and fell to one knee. Utgarda Loki stopped the contest, saying that there was no need for Thor to challenge anyone else to wrestle in the hall. Thor and his companions were shown to the benches, and they were treated well for the rest of the night. In the morning, Utgarda Loki stayed with them as they left the fortress. At their parting, he asked Thor how Thor thought the trip had gone. I know you will say that I'm a person of little account, and that galls me. Now that we have left the fortress, I can tell you the truth. For if I live, you will never be allowed to enter it again. I can assure you, you've never been allowed to enter it if I'd known you had such strength in you. I have tricked you with magical shape changing. So it was with the contest with Loki. He ate quickly, but the one called Loki was wildfire himself, and he burned up the trough just as quickly as he did the meat. When Thialfi ran a race against the one called Yugi, that was my mind, and Thialfi could not expect to compete with its speed. When you drank from the horn, you thought it was slow going, but the other end was out in the sea. When you get to the ocean, you will see how much it is lowered by your drinking. I thought it no small feat when you lifted the cat off the ground. Those who saw you lift the cat's paw from the ground grew fearful, for that cat was the Midgard serpent, and you raised it so high it nearly touched the sky. It too was no small wonder that you stayed on your feet as long as you did during the wrestling. You fell to only one knee as you struggled with Ellie. Oh, it's old age. No one accomplishes that, as no one overcomes old age. Upon hearing this, Thor gripped his hammer and raised it high into the air. But Utgard Loki was nowhere to be seen. Thor returned to the fortress. He saw a broad and beautiful plain, but no stronghold. Turning back, they journeyed until they once again came to Throthanger. Now, I believe no one else could give you a truer account of his journey by Thor. Thank you.
Thank you, Olfar. Well done. We will take a moment to reflect on this performance, and then we will be hearing once again from Amalia. Judges, please signal when you're ready. That was a yes, Graham? Excellent. All right, Amalia, welcome back.
Greetings once again, gentles all, from the Barony of Stonemarch. One of my major goals in preparing for this particular competition was that I wanted to challenge myself to try singing in a style that I had never done before. And so the style that I feel very comfortable in is the 16th century lute song in Italian opera. What could be more different from that than 12th century chant? So I challenged myself to learn one of the chants of Hildegard von Bingen. Hildegard's music is remarkable for many reasons. First of all, even before the Renaissance, she was the true Renaissance woman. She was an abbess, a poet, a mystic, a composer, you name it, she did it. Not only was she one of the first known female composers, she was one of the first composers we know by name in Western music, period. So she was breaking glass ceilings before it was cool. So the song of hers that I picked, I wanted to pick one that went along with a theme. And this is O Quam mirabilis est, which tells inspiration. The song is in Latin, and it translates to how wonderful it is that the foreknowing heart divine has first known everything created. For when God looked upon the human face that he had formed, he gazed upon his every work, reflected whole within that human form. How wondrous is that breath that roused humanity to life. And now, O quam mirabilis est.
Prescindia
Thank you so much, Amalia. Beautifully sung. Let us take a moment for the judges to reflect, and then we will be hearing once again from Baracha. All right. Baracha, if you would return.
Good gentles, I bring to you all a story. The Canterbury Tales, composed by Geoffrey Chaucer at the very end of the 14th century. In fair England, where we set our scene, our band of pilgrims are on their way. The friar has just finished his tale, and the summoner is deeply angered by what he has heard. Thus the summoner responds. Lordings, quoth he, but a thing I desire, I you beseech that of your courtesy, since ye han heard this false frere lie, as suffereth me I may my tale tell. This frere boasteth that he knoweth hell, and God it wot that it is little wonder. Freres and fiends be but little asunder. For pardie ye han oft time heard tell how that a frere ravished was to hell in spirit once by a vision, and as an angel led him up and down to shown him the pains that there were, in all the place saw he not a frere. Of other folk he saw enough in woe. Unto this angel spake the frere though. Now, sire, quoth he, han freres such a grace that none of him shall come to this place? Yes, quoth the angel, many a million, and unto Satanus he led him done. Now hath Satanus, saith he, a tail. Broader than of a carrack is the sail. Hold up thy tail, thou Satanus, saith he. Show forth thine arse, and let the freres see where is the nest of freres in this place. And ere that half a furlong way of space, right so as bees out swarming from an hive, out of the devil's arse they're going drive. 20,000 freres on a rout, and throughout hell swarmed all about, and coming again as fast as they may gone. And in his arse they crept in, every one. He clapped his tail again and lay full still. This frere, when he looked, had his fill upon the torments of this sorry place. His spirit God restored of his grace unto his body again, and he awoke. But natheless for fear yet he quoke. So was the devil's arse aye in his mind. That is his heritage, a very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Baracha. Well done. We will take a moment to reflect. And then we will hear once again from Robert. Judges? Okay. Robert, if you will turn your camera on and your audio. Excellent. Take it away.
Hello. So last year I performed the St. Crispin's Day speech from Henry V, and one of the judges came up to me afterwards and said, that was good, but we would have liked to see you do Hamlet. So I went and learned some Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take up arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep no more. And by a sleep, we mean an end to the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is there too. 'Tis a consummation, devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come to us when we have shuffed off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the insolence of office, the patent merit that the unworthy takes when he himself might his quietest make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but for that dread of something after death? The undiscovered country from whose boon no traveler returns puzzles the will and makes us bear those ills we have rather than flee to those we know not of. Thus, conscience makes cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied over with the pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pith and moment in this regard, the currents turn away and lose thy name of action.
Thank you very much, Robert. Well done. We will reflect for a moment, and then our final contestant for the second round, Foxy Bard, will proceed. Judges? All right. David, take the stage.
ושמרו בני ישראל את השבת לעשות, את השבת לדורותם, ברית עולם. ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם ששת ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ וביום השביעי שבת וינפש. אוקיי, ברחמנא יתום שבדיקה שיהו. סברי רבותיי, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, בורא פרי הגפן. Shabbat Shalom U'Mevorach. That melody was taught to me by my father, was taught to him by his father. According to tradition, it comes from 13th century Spain. Although my grandfather insists that it goes back all the way to Moses. This is probably not true. Shabbat Shalom, I am Harav Daoud ibn Dov ibn Yusuf. You may call me Rabbi Dud. And today I would like to discuss with you the story of Eliezer and the sages. You know, of course, who is Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus. He was one of the greatest sages of his generation. He was a student of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said of Eliezer, he is a wine vat sealed with wax, not a drop escapes. You of course know Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, in the days of the Khurban, when Jerusalem was under siege by the Romans, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai faked his own death and had himself smuggled out of the city in a coffin in order to plead with the Roman general. 2 students were chosen to carry him out, 2 students that he trusted to keep the secret that he was truly not dead. One of them was Eliezer ben Hyrcanus. The other was Yehoshua ben Hananiah, and we will get to him later. Besides, this is not the story we are telling. We are on a tangent. Let's talk the story of Eliezer and the sages. Many years after this, after the Khurban, after Jerusalem was destroyed, the rabbis were meeting in the city of Yavne to discuss the very, very important question. A new kind of oven had just been invented, the oven of Achnai. This was an oven that was made with tiles, with sand in between the tiles, and there was plaster on top of it. The point is this oven susceptible to ritual impurity or not? Can this become tameh? Now you may ask yourself, is this really that important of a question? The answer is no. But for the rabbis, this is very, very, very important question. We need to answer this question. And the rabbis were discussing this. And Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, he comes with his opinion and he says, this is tahor. It is pure, it cannot be made ritually impure. But the rest of the sages, led by Rabbi Gamliel, said, no, we disagree. It is tameh. It can become impure. Now you would think this would just be the end, and this would be a very boring story about legal things. But Rabbi Eliezer was not satisfied. Because Rabbi Eliezer was one of the wisest rabbis who ever lived, but humility, this was not his strong point. Eliezer was convinced that he was right. He was not willing to let it go. He said, no, I know I am right, and he brings forth all sorts of arguments in order to prove his point. But the sages remain unconvinced, and they say, no, majority rules, the law is according to the sages. But Eliezer says, no, I know I am right. If I am right, let the carob tree that stands outside of the study hall, let it testify for me. And the tree uprooted itself from the ground, moved 100 cubits, and replanted itself into the ground. And Eliezer said, aha, you see? And Rabbi Gamliel and the sages said, no, we do not decide law based on the movement of a tree. Law is decided based on debate and on a vote. Majority rules, law is according to the sages. Eliezer was not convinced. No, I know I am right. If I am right, then let the stream that flows outside the study hall, let it testify on my behalf. And the stream that flows outside the study hall flowed backwards. And Eliezer said, aha, you see? Rabbi Gamliel said, no, we are not convinced. We do not decide law based on the movement of a stream. Law is decided on debate. It is decided on a vote. Majority rules the law is according to the sages. Eliezer says, no, I know I am right. If I am correct, let the very walls of the study hall testify for me. And the walls of the study hall began to collapse upon them. And Yehoshua ben Hananiah, you remember Yehoshua ben Hananiah? He was the other one who carried the coffin out of Jerusalem along with Eliezer, the other trusted student. Yehoshua ben Hananiah gets up, but he has respect for his friend Eliezer. and he does not wish to chastise his friend Eliezer. So instead, Yehoshua decides to chastise the walls, as one does. And he said, the rabbis are here discussing Torah. What gives you the right to interrupt us? And in honor of Rabbi Yehoshua, the walls stopped falling. But in deference to Rabbi Eliezer, they did not straighten themselves up again, and they remain bent to this day. Eliezer was not satisfied. He said, I know, I am correct in this. If I am correct, let heaven itself testify for me. And the gates of heaven opened, and a voice came from heaven, a bat kol, and it said, why do you argue with my servant Eliezer? Do you not know that he is always correct? And Yehoshua ben Hananiah lost his patience. And he turned to Eliezer and he said, Lo b'shamayim hi. It is not in heaven. That is what is written in the Torah. It is written that the Torah is not in heaven. It is here. It is with us. God had his say at Mount Sinai. It is ours now. We decide how to interpret it. We decide how to understand it. We decide what this means to us going forward. We decide law not according to heavenly voices, but according to debate and the majority vote. The law is according to the sages. And Eliezer was silent. And he was silent for many years. And after many years, Eliezer ben Hilkanus passed away. And Yehoshua ben Hananiah felt regret, not for what he had said, but how he had said it. He was right, but he had been harsh with his friend. And at the funeral, he went to the tombstone and he placed his hand on the tombstone and he wept. And he said, here is Mount Sinai, and underneath is the Ark of the Covenant. Now, I will have you know one more thing, that many, many years later, Rabbi Natan happened to meet with Eliyahu HaNavi, Elijah the prophet, the ancient prophet who was so righteous that he did not die. He ascended to heaven alive on a fiery chariot. And sometimes he comes back to see how we are doing. He is only human, he gets curious. Rabbi Natan met with Eliyahu HaNavi and he asked him, Eliyahu, do you know about the day when Eliezer had the debate with the sages? And Eliyahu said, yes, that day was very well known in heaven. And Natan said to Eliyahu, what happened in heaven on that day? And Eliyahu said, Ribono shel olam, God, he smiled and he laughed and he said, my children have beaten me. My children have beaten me. Shabbat shalom.
Thank you, David. Very well done. This concludes the second round of the competition. And so the judges and their majesties will depart for the unenviable task of making determinations for the final round. We will see you again soon.
There will be about a half an hour break at this point for us to have a snack, have some beverages. There will be some background slides of period feasts and some music for your enjoyment. And if the judges need additional time, we will put up extra music beyond that. So enjoy, and we will see you in a little while.
not join him.
Greetings, good gentles. If you were to travel the various courts of Europe and listen to the tales of the bards, you would hear of people, our heroines and heroes, that are more beautiful than anyone has ever seen before. They have more skill at arms, more skill at artistry, more skill at song than any other person. And they always say that this is because nature, when she created this particular person, used all of her finest materials and her finest craftsman skills and all of her best molds and things of that nature to make the most perfect person that she could. And that's why some people say that the rest of us look kind of normal, because all of the best material has been used up, and so all of us sort of look sort of average. This is a story about one of the people that had the short end of the stick. His name is Thorir, and to be frank, he was ugly. Messy hair, never ever could get it under control. One eye a little bit higher than the other, his face a little bit lopsided, hands mismatched in size and kind of stubby fingered, lanky limbs, his feet were ugly beyond belief. His face was kind of twisted a little bit, one shoulder was a little bit low, and he was ugly by any standards that you care to measure. But he was an excellent mariner and an excellent traveler. And he was well regarded for his ability to trade and to travel the ways of the ocean currents. He was at Tunisburg one winter, getting ready for the spring run to Iceland, at the same time that King Olaf was in Tunisburg to prepare his own fleet for the spring run to Iceland. And he met up with Thorin, and they began to talk. And so the king invited Thorin and a number of the other merchants to stay at his great hall, because he had spare beds and there was more fun and more comfort in this small town of Tunisburg. And so Thorir moved in, free meal, free place warm to sleep, free drink. What's to argue with? One morning, after this had been going on for several days, the king came down a little bit early. And he wandered down to the sleeping area, peeked in to see all the people sort of sleeping in the bunks. And he saw something sticking out in the aisle. And he looked at it. He couldn't quite figure out what it was. And he got a little bit closer, and he realizes that Thorin has stuck his foot out underneath the covers. And it's sort of sticking out into the aisleway between all the bunks. And the king is both astonished at how ugly this foot really is. I mean, imagine looking at something which is really ugly. You become fascinated with it. You sort of can't take your eyes off of it. And this is where the king found himself. And as the other members of the household woke up, he called them over to point out this foot and how ugly it was, and how had you ever seen such an ugly thing in your life? And was it not the most ugly foot that had ever? And everybody thought this was funny, because the king was fascinated by this ugly foot, and they all agreed that it was fairly ugly, and they sort of gathered around. And at this point in time, Thorin was awake, clearly. There's all this racket, and he knew what was going on. Then he pulls the covers down a little bit over his face, and he says, "Your Majesty, I have found in my travels that rarely, when one finds something, one cannot find its equal someplace else." And the king looks at him and says, "Oh yeah? Well, there is no other foot that is more ugly than that one. I'll wager that." And Thorin said, "I will take that bet, Your Majesty, and I will find a foot that is uglier than that in this town." And the king gives him a hard look, and everybody thinks this is really funny, right? All the other mariners and all the household people, because now there's this argument going on between these two guys, and it's over how ugly Thorin's foot is. This is hysterical. And the king says, "Whoever wins this bet gets a favor from the other." And Thorin says, "Agreed." And everybody takes a step back. Wait a minute. Did they just hear that? The king offered a boon as part of this bet? The king's boon is of great value. At that point, Thorin pulled his covers back and stuck his other foot out next to his first foot. And this foot was no less ugly, but it was missing a toe as well, the big toe. And Thorin said, "There you are, Your Majesty. Another foot, more ugly than that one, and it's because it's missing a big toe. And I win, you owe me a favor." And the king stops, and everybody just takes a deep breath and steps a little bit back. And the king looks very carefully at Thorin. And then he looks down and stares at the 2 feet. And he says, "That one has 5 ugly toes, and that one has 4 ugly toes. That foot is uglier. I win. You owe me a favor. The hush in the crowd was unbelievable as they all took in a breath. Thorin looks at the king and says, "The words of the king are precious. What would you have me do, your majesty? What would you have?" At this point in time, they begin negotiations because what the king wants, everybody thinks this is hysterically funny, and they all wander off to get their breakfast. What the king wants is something very difficult, and Thorin is slightly reluctant to do it because it involves sailing into very dangerous waters. It doesn't matter what the task is, that's apart from this tale. We can tell that one some other time. But as they continue to sort of discuss it, Thorin says, "Your Majesty, wait. I would have you hear what I would have asked for had I won the bet. I would have wished to become a part of your retinue." Now, this is a big deal because you get protection and you get a place to stay and you get friendship and you get backing. And the king looks at him and says, "Agreed." So they shake hands on it. And indeed, Thorin takes on the task of the king. He is moderately successful. Again, that's a separate story. But ever afterwards, in all of his long travels, whenever he was back in Norway, he always stayed with the king. And thus, my friends, you hear that a great friendship is born from an ugly foot. Thank you.
I'm going to say welcome back. I think that we're going to have our champions announce the finalists in a second, but I just wanted to make sure that I encourage, first of all, the performances so far, I love it when it's not an easy decision, but I want to encourage all of the amazing performers that have been here today to stay through the finals. We do have a court at the end, and I can't imagine that we don't need to talk to everyone.
So I assume your majesties then want me to announce the finalists?
If you will, Master.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to thank everyone who competed. You made the decision very, very difficult, and I love having a difficult decision. That's my favorite part. It's definitely been a very challenging year, and this is a very, very challenging format to compete in, and I will definitely acknowledge that. But I mean, the job may require challenges, so that's something to be mindful of for yourselves in the future. So with that being said, we did narrow the field. Regrettably, we have to. That is the point here. And I would like to announce. The 4 finalists that we have chosen, and then their majesties will give you your challenge. These finalists are Amelie von Hohense, David Anthony, Agnes de Calais, and Ona Sergishka de Chevry.
Thank you so much for everybody participating. I look forward to giving our challenge here in a minute. And I want to congratulate the finalists who have made it this far. And one of the things that we wanted to do in this reign was include the tiniest tigers, okay? And they were going to be part of my guard and all sorts of things, but we had to come up with a solution for them. And the youth quests, if you haven't yet done so and you're interested in giving information about what kind of quests they should partake in, please get those in before May 1st, I believe is the deadline for that. So family friendly is a thing for me, just because the Chancellor Minor's office is such a big part of my life. But with that, I'm going to leave it to His Majesty to explain what we have in store for your challenge.
So for your challenge, keeping family friendly in mind, a piece that would be appropriate to entertain the youngest tigers of our kingdom, to those of us who are just young at heart, and incorporate the idea of a new beginning. Use spring as your inspiration. And bring us something that would delight the tiny tigers and the rest of us as well. And if you have ideas for Youth Quest, go find that Google form.
Yes, please.
But that is the challenge. Something that is family friendly, that would entertain all ages, and a new beginning.
So all of you, good luck, and we look forward to your performances. If our champions would let them know how much time they have to prepare for their final challenge, that would be great.
It seems that people are thinking about this question.
Oh, well.
In general, we give them 15 minutes.
Excellent.
15
well,
minutes.
That's why I just wanted to have them enough time to think of something. So,
but also like to have a specific time so that.
Right.
Yeah.
And that should give us enough time to maybe get some food.
Deanna, we have material to cover this portion of the competition, correct? Because I believe we're still live.
We're absolutely.
Yes.
You know what? If we say 20 minutes, we could just start at 1.
That sounds
Yes,
very good.
20 minutes sounds excellent, Your
Your
Majesty.
majesties are wise.
Yes.
Rapporteur, take 3. Rapporteur, take 3.
And we are back. Grim, did you want to take this or shall I? Okay. Thank you everyone for all the effort and all the preparation and patience and talent and skill you have brought to today. And we're very excited. The first competitor in our final round is Amalia van Hohensie. Unmute and proceed.
Greetings once more, gentles all. It is a real pleasure and privilege to be with you once more today. My piece for you now is something rather different than what you've heard from me today. I have a poem that was inspired by a certain battle that took place during Pennsic 47. And just a bit of background to this poem. One of our former baronesses of Stonemarch, one Jocelyn de la Spada, in addition to being a much beloved baroness, is also a fencer of great renown. And the battle that this poem is about is the Battle of La Rochelle, which is a battle that takes place on this kind of rampart structure, which makes it a fun challenge for the fencers. It's sort of a siege setup. And I heard many an interesting tale coming back after this particular Battle of La Rochelle, and so I wanted to commemorate that. So I bring you the unicorn of La Rochelle. The mist lay heavy and the fog rolled in on the field of La Rochelle. Many nights had fallen, the enemy pressed in as the dusk of twilight fell. Brave warriors of the east held the ramparts still, though weary and battle-torn. Their hope grew dim despite their iron will as they waited for the morn. When lo, to the east, the blast of a horn, what wonder met their gaze! A dazzling snow-white unicorn had come to lend her aid. Take heart, brave souls, her presence seemed to cry, and the warriors rallied to her side. As their courage was renewed, they pressed forward in the fight, and they turned the battle's tide. As the hours passed and the twilight grew, once more the tide did turn. They knew not how, but the foe broke through and began to pillage and burn. Once more to the rising sun they turned, their hope again reborn. The noble beast once more returned, with a captive trailing from her horn. A spy, the warriors cried, as the man confessed his wicked deed. The east once more turned the battle's tide and won the victory. As the knights of the east did gather round their noble unicorn, the creature vanished. In its stead they found their baronessa's form. For Jocelyn the Brave, it seems, was watching o'er her troops. For where her warriors bear their steel, her spirit lifts their hopes. Thank you.
Beautifully done, Amalia. Thank you so much. Our next competitor will be David Anthony, the Foxy Bard.
Good gentles all. I again thank the good royals and the baronials and the champonials, the champion. That's yes, everyone. And I can do this because good gentles all, children all. If there are children watching, do you know what the cat says? You know, ¿conoce señor Don Gato? Señor Don Gato dice. See? This is a song in Ladino, a song that is sung by the Jews of North Africa and Greece and Bulgaria, and also by the Spaniard children of Spain which indicates, according to the method as taught to me by Laila Al-Andalusia, is that it is probably period. So here we go. This is a song about a cat who gets a letter that says that another kitty wants to marry him. And he's so excited that he falls off the roof and he breaks his back, and it's all so very sad, and they're going to go bury him. But they take him through the street of the fish sellers, and something amazing happens. Y estaba señor Don Gato sentadito en su tejado, ñam, 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 sentadito en su tejado, ha recibido una carta, por si quiere ser casado, ñam, 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 por quisiera ser casado con una gatita blanca, al del pardo, ñam, 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 sobrina de un gato pardo. Por ir a verla, se ha caído del tejado, ñam, 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 se ha caído del tejado, ha roto 6 costillas, el espinazo y el rabo, ñam, 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 espinazo y el rabo, ya por la gana entera, por la calle de pescado, ñam, 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 por la calle de pescado, al olor de las sardinas, el gato ha resucitado, ñam, 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 gato ha resucitado. Por eso dice la gente. ¿Qué dice la gente? ¿Qué dice? ¿Quién saben? ¿Quién conocen? ¿Qué dice la gente? ¡El gato! Señor Don Gato conoce, señor Don Gato sabe. Por eso dice la gente. ¿Qué dicen? ¿Qué dicen? 7 vidas tiene un gato. Miau, miau, miau. Es correcto. 7 vidas tiene un gato. Porque no me gustan las sardinas, me gustan salmones, papi. Salmones, solamente salmones. Bueno. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Foxy. All right, our next finalist will be Agnes de Calais.
Hello. Thank you, great consuls, for this opportunity to share with my most favorite of the populace, the youth. If you have one of the youth, or you are a youth at heart, I encourage you to come and gather round. As I look at the sun and I think, it's time for a nap, but then isn't it always nap time? So I shall share a story that my mother told me and her mother told her. You see, the Germans have their Hanselmann. In Ireland, they have the fairy and the fae, but further north, where once there were many, many strong men called Vikings, they have a small wee man and small wee woman, and they call them the Tomten. Tomten are little house spirits, and I shall tell you their tale. One winter night, the Tomten, as was his way, worked his way into the barn, and he began to soothe the animals into their slumber. It was the end of winter, yet the sun still set early in the eve. The stars shone so bright in the sky they seemed to spin if you looked too long. You could smell snow and almost taste it. Have you ever tasted snow? Such a taste. He walked over to the horse and whispered, "Shh. Eat your oats and dream of the fields in which they grow, for soon it shall be spring, and you will run in your pastures again." He went to his friend of the sheep rubbed his gentle ear, and took a bit of his wool, with permission, and said, "Sleep, my friend, for soon it shall be spring, and the farmer shall come and take off your coat, and you shall run free through the meadow." He then walked over to the cat, slowly, because though the cat was his friend, he was still a cat, and with one lazy eye, the cat regarded him. "Mwah. Ah, my friend the cat. Shh, sleep, for soon it shall be spring and summer, and when the grain fields are high and your friends are out, many things shall come to seed and bud, and then small mice and voles and things you love shall abound. Great feasts await you." The cat had already gone back to sleep by this point. The Tomten moved on tiny feet, barely pressing through the frost. In fact, you might not see them unless you look, but next time when you're out early in the morning and you haven't quite wiped the sleep from your face, look for the little dots in the frost and you will see his steps, for he is still a friend of the animals. The Tomten goes to his house, wherein lives the farmer. The farmer is asleep, with one arm over his wife. The farmer's baby fusses in her sleep, but does not stir as the Tomten, knowing the mother is tired, says, "Shh, sleep, little one, sleep, for soon it shall be spring, and you shall see the bounty and beauty and the goodness of the earth, when the flowers burst forth from the darkness, and there is light, oh, so much light, little one, and you shall run, yes, run, legs that now kick and squirm will carry you." The baby rolled a little bit in her sleep and went back into a joyful slumber. The mother, who did not wake up, but in the way that mothers do, knew that the child was waking, also was able, for a blessed time, to ease into his sleep. And then Tomten made his way up to the chimney, to the attic space, there amongst the eaves, and he took the little bit of wool, and he pulled it around him over his little Tomten head, and he took out the tiniest flask, and took a sip of milk that the cat, his dear friend, had allowed him to take from her bowl. With warm milk and warm fleece and blankets, he curled up against the hearth, where the chimney was warm. And as it was warm, the Tomten himself thought of spring and summer. He thought of the way the grass smells. Can you smell it? Can you smell the grass, fresh cut or on a field? He felt the warmth on his face. No longer was it wool, but it was the sun. When you close your eyes and it floods your face and you just radiate yourself. And slowly, his thoughts became further and further apart. And so, the Tomten dreamt of the coming spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you so much. Let us take a moment and a breath, and then for our final performance, the final round, we turn to Ona. If you would unmute. Excellent.
It is my great honor and great pleasure to be here now, but to perform this last piece from Thomas Ravenscroft's Pamelia in 1609, I will need the help of everyone here present, the audience, the judges, and of course, their majesties. There are two ways that you can assist me with this performance. One is to help me keep time by simply clapping the beat, which I will start. The other thing you could do is help with the wind. Here in the Barony of Smoking Rocks today, it is a very blustery day indeed. And this song is a precursor to a very popular form of music in our current mundane age, the sea shanty. So if you will, either join me in clapping the rhythm or imagine yourself being the wind that blows out of the west. Ready? The wind blows out of the west, thou gentle mariner. Look to thy loof, well be where thy lee still, for deadly rocks do now appear. Look to thy tack, let bowl and go slack, so shall we scape them and go clear. Tarrant and Tara, steer well the Coursera, the wind waxeth large, the sheets do thou veer. Go fill a can, bring us a beer, I'll drink thee, my mates, what cheer. The wind blows out of the west, thou gentle mariner. Look to thy loof, well be where thy lee still, for deadly rocks do now appear. Look to thy tack, let bowl and go slack, so shall we scape them and go clear. Tarrant and Tara, steer well that Coursera, the wind waxeth large, the sheets do thou veer. Go fill a can, bring us a beer, I'll drink thee, my mates, what cheer. Thank you.
Ona, thank you. Thank you so very much. And that concludes the final round and the final performances of today's competition. I want to once again thank all of the performers who have brought all of who they are and all of their skills and talents. You have presented us with quite the challenge. So the judges and their majesties are going to retire, and we will be back when it's time for court. Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
So we do have, oh, I don't have my microphone. We do have more music and more slides for you while we wait for the judges to finish up. So enjoy. If anybody would like those, the names of the songs or the groups of people that played, I will probably post that on the Facebook page. Thank you.
raked around the fence.
I really hope they're not going to ask me about the Balder. Say, I'm sorry, the Balder comes in so fast. I'm not sure. Where's that same place? I'm not sure, but I'm quite sure it's
Grim, don't forget to mute. And welcome back, everyone. This has been an exciting day. We are waiting for their majesties to arrive to begin court. And we are deeply, deeply indebted to everything you have all brought today. I think I speak for Grim and Annalita and myself when we say that we are all gratified to know that the Bardic Championship of the East will be in good hands. Lovely.
The live stream with very many silent bards. Very entertaining.
Well, I'm not going to let that. I'm not going to let that continue because yes, it's been a while since we were in live court, and Margarita first reminded me that our job is to fill that silence. So while we continue to wait, I'll do a quick presentation. My lute isn't handy and is not in tune, so I'll just sing if it's all right. What if a day or a month or a year crown thy delights with 1,000 sweet contentings, 1,000 sweet contentings? Cannot the chance of a night or an hour Cross thy desires with as many sad tormentings, as many sad tormentings. Fortune, honor, beauty, youth are but blossoms dying. Wanton pleasure, doting love are but shadows flying. All our joys are but toys, idle thoughts deceiving. None have power of an hour in the life breathing. How close? Okay, take it away.
Then we're live. All right.
Brian, would you like to open our court, please?
Herein opens the court of their majesties, Magnus, Tyndall, and Albric, sovereigns of the East Kingdom.
This has been a fantastic day. I'd like to just start by saying thank you to, again, the web team, to everyone who provided entertainment during those times when we had to step away to talk and think. Rondelay Music, Michael of York, Bleecker Consort, and I'm going to ruin this name, so please forgive me, Musica Tramatonia, and Adelisa Saturnitia. I may have ruined it worse, but thank you guys.
Mr. Stiona may correct us in her last words for us, so hopefully she can pronounce those names a lot better than we can. But thank you so much for providing the break entertainment while we had discussed the champions and the moving forwards.
And to Mr. Stiona as well, who did a fantastic job of putting this entire event together. Thank you very much. We'd like to speak to some of the performers individually, just because it was front to back impressive performances today.
Yes.
Their majesties would ask Robert Tights to appear before them.
Your majesties.
Lord Robert, those were, first of all, I got to learn that you sing, and impressively so. And then to take a note and come back with a piece from Hamlet, but to take something that I thought I knew and elevate it was impressive. We would like to recognize I was surprised. I'm sure that everyone else already knew how good you are.
Your performances at the last Bardic Champions, which I attended, thankfully, while we still had in-person events, your performances were really good. This time you elevated those performances. It was just really nice to hear you taking that feedback, as His Majesty said, and we would like to give you a troubadour.
As a tailor weaves cloth, thus a bard weaves words. As cloth of gold is a treasure beyond measure, so too do we treasure the words woven by Robert Tights. And thus we, Magnus, Tyndall, and Albric, councils of the East, do induct them into our Order of the Troubadour, done this day at our Bardic Champions.
Congratulations, it's well worth it.
Thank you, Your Majesties. That's very surprising.
For Lord Robert, newest member of the Order of the Troubadour.
Vivat!
Vivat! Vivat! Their Majesties would see before them Lady Solvig.
Your Majesties.
Lady Solvig, it was a pleasure to get to hear your voice today. It was impressive as always. And honestly, I think the thing that impressed me the most was your perseverance. As someone who has had my own personal technology struggles over the past year or so, it was great to see someone who was confident as a performer. And thank you for being here. Thank you for performing. It was a lovely voice. They were lovely pieces. We would like to recognize you as a troubadour.
Thank you, Your Majesties.
So we had actually discussed.
Oh, she has a
this.
troubadour.
She has a troubadour.
Oh no!
It's not like we could give it again. We may. I'm buzzing on that.
I don't think you can.
But I'd like to elevate it.
It is an order that can be bestowed more than once.
Okay.
But still, I would like to elevate that and actually give you a golden lyre. Your voice is just really nice to hear, and you're a very entertaining bard.
Thank you, Your Majesties.
For Lady Solvig, newest recipient of the Order of the Golden Lyre and the Order of the Troubadour. Vivat!
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 That's on me.
Their Majesties would ask for Ona de Chervy to make her presence known in court.
Your Majesties.
Ona, you had us clapping and pretending we were the wind, and engaging across a screen is so difficult, and you grabbed the audience and pulled them along with you. And I can see the baldric.
It's a great treasure from Smoking Rocks that we have gotten here today.
Hey, thank you.
And we would like to recognize the skill and the joy that you are bringing the kingdom with your art by inducting you into our Order of the Silver Brooch.
Your Majesties, I am greatly honored and very much humbled, and I thank you.
Your performance was also really very engaging. So as we give you a silver brooch, we would also like you to bestow you with a troubadour. Your voice was just really great. And for the first time, may I say, Lady Ona, because the silver brooch comes with an award of arms and brings you to the rank of our nobility.
I am quite without words, which for someone who used to talk for a living is truly saying something. I am humbled, I am honored, and I am pleased to bring these honors back to the barony of Smoking Rocks, and I thank you.
Soft music and a lovely voice are rare treasures of the East. We, Magnus and Albric, find the voice of Lady Ona de Chervy to be such a treasure, and thus we do name them a troubadour of our lands, a member of our Order of the Silver Brooch, and award unto them arms, done this day at our Bardic Champions.
Thank you.
For Lady Ona, newest noble of the East, member of the Order of the Silver Brooch, and member of the Order of the Troubadour. Vivat!
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 What? Oh.
Their Majesties would see before them Ufar Gildver.
Hello, Your Majesties.
Hello. I'm going to start by saying your stories were amazing. But the second story, which was a story I had heard before, as you began, I turned to His Majesty and I said, oh, I hope he does voices. And you did, and it was amazing. Your cadence, your delivery, it grabbed my attention and it held it all the way through both stories. It was just a joy to hear you talking today.
You had a very overall gotcha presence, And it was really engaging to go, okay, he's talking now. Let me continue listening to what he has to say.
Thank you.
We would like to recognize that by awarding you a golden lyre.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I look forward to every opportunity in the future to hear you tell more stories.
For Ulfar, newest recipient of the Order of the Golden Lyre. Vivat!
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 Their Majesties would ask before them Anali, edit this out, please. Amelie da Hodenis.
Oh,
I'm here, Your Majesties.
we've all forgotten it's live TV today.
It is live TV. Yes.
Oh, shoot.
Amelie, you took amazing risks today, coming from a place of strength, trying new things, educating us about your journey the entire way. It was a joy to hear you sing. It brought me back to Penzic, hearing your poem, and I really appreciated that.
It was really great to see someone that I don't see in a traditional bardic role, from you being an artistic champion and seeing you cross that divide because of the arts is so great to see. And we thank you so much. And we'd like to give you a troubadour for all of the things that you've done here today.
That was a great honor. Thank you, Your Majesties.
It is said that history is written by the victors. This is not true. History is written by the storytellers. Their storytellers, told through the ages, are what makes us immortal. Their performances are what make us legends. Thus we, Magnus, Tyndall, and Albric, councils of the East, do induct Amelie de Hosenis into our Order of the Troubadour in order to preserve our immortality and grow our legend. Done this day at our Bardic Champions. For Amelie, newest recipient of the Order of the Troubadour. Vivat!
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 Vivat! Their Majesties would ask Baraka Batmira Ishlomo to make their presence known in court.
Your Majesties.
Hello. Your first song, the moment you came on our screen, the first comment was your performance extended beyond just your voice, which was amazing, but the entirety of your presence from the set behind.
You created a great atmosphere for us to actually engage and be sucked into your words and to your songs. It was really great to not only hear them, but to feel them with the atmosphere that you created behind you.
And then you came back with a story that I was right with you. I was right with you the entire time. I'm biased. It's the exact type of thing that I love. It was an amazing performance. We would like to recognize your abilities throughout this entire day by awarding you a golden lyre.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored.
For Baraka, newest recipient of the Order of the Golden Lyre.
Vivat!
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 Thank you.
Their Majesties would ask before them the presence of David Anthony, the Foxy Bard.
And it's unmuted. And I am in focus.
Yes, it's a trick.
It is a trick.
It's a trick to get yourself in focus. David.
I'm going to kneel for this.
That's fine. David, the Foxy Bard, you had me all day. I remember you, I go back to the last times I got to go to events. I remember you from the last 12th night I was at. You have in person a presence that is in no way diminished by me being a part. all 3 songs, like the eggplant castanets, the
cat at the end.
The cat at the end.
Meow meow.
I know that we had children at home meow meowing along with you. I would like to induct you into our Order of the Troubadour.
And I'm going to elevate that one more and actually give you a silver brooch for all of the works that you have done, not only today, but at the past events that I've seen you at.
I honestly was not expecting that. Thank you very much.
With the award of the silver brooch, that raises you to the ranks of our nobility, awarding you arms. So I am going to say, for the first time ever, Lord David Anthony, or Lord Foxy Bard. More importantly, and this had to be done.
This had to be done.
We had a discussion.
Yes.
Because I have one more thing to say, which could not be done if you were not nobility. I wouldn't feel right about it. I would like to invite you to join us as my champion.
I'll definitely do that. Yeah. Thank
you. You have a special ability to connect with people, and I look forward to having you stand as our champion at Bardic War, to continue to delight the kingdom with everything that you do.
We definitely put something on your calendar now. You must attend the Bardic War as our champion.
Yes. I shall. And I shall do so. And be there. And do things.
Well, if we are going to send him as our champion, I'm just going to ask, would you be willing to swear an oath?
Yes, I believe I can do that.
I have a sword.
Oh, yeah.
You start.
Say again?
You start.
I start.
Yes.
With.
All right. Ready? We're going to improv together.
Yes.
You say words to us, conferring your oath of fealty. So
we'll start.
I swear my oath of fealty to you, which I am fealtying and shall feel to you. Whenever anyone asks me who I feel to, it's to you.
I, Alberic,
and I, Tyndall,
hear your words and know them to be true.
And should we ever ask who has felt us, we will say it was you, and we return the feeling and the fealty.
And you also have our support in times of war and in times of peace, until the crowns pass from our heads or until the world ends. So say I, Alberic.
And I, Tyndall,
consuls of the East.
That's my champion.
That's your champion.
Music is a tonic which lifts the heavy soul. A cheerful voice can raise a sunken heart. A laugh can end a plague. A fish can fix a cat. One such music maker, singer, and jester is our David Anthony, accompanied by his El Gato Extraordinaire. So we, Magnus, Tyndall, and Alberic, consuls of the East, name them as a troubadour of the East, member of the Order of the Silver Brooch, and award unto them arms. Done this day at our Bardic Champions. And I'm not done. The amphitheaters of the East have hosted their performances. The stories, the songs, and lifted voices echoing across the fields have faded. The performers gather to hear the words of Consul Magnus Tyndall. He stands and grants David Anthony, the Foxy Bard, his favor. He takes them into the imperial court and names him to spread our word throughout the empire. Done this day at our Bardic Champions. For the Foxy Bard, newest member of the Order of the Troubadour, newest member of the Order of the Silver Brooch, newest Lord of our court, and Sovereign's Champion of Bardic Arts. Vivat!
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 His Majesty would ask the presence of Lady Agnes.
Lady Agnes,
I am here.
you have traveled so far and so long with your bardic arts. Your performances today will rate you a golden liar for all of the stories that you have told. But not only that, I am proud to say that you are my bard for the rest of our reign. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, before we move forward, I have heard a rumor. In the 20 minutes between our challenge and the amazing story you told, did you craft that story yourself?
So my intro was based on truth. My grandmother used to tell stories of the Hanselmen of Germany. My mother tells a tale of the Tompton to my littlest son, Nathaniel. It's similar to a book by an Astrid Lindgren, but not the same, because you see, Nathaniel is Nathaniel and he wants a different version every night. So
you crafted that?
Yeah, that was totally on the spot.
Excellent. Just marvelous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
I did. I announced her as my champion.
Would you like to swear an oath?
Yes, I would. I would now swear an oath, not only to the consuls of the East, but to their heirs which come upon the dawn like spring cometh. I would swear fealty to my kingdom, to the East, to the tigers and the tiger cubs as well. I will uphold this position as champion with dignity, grace, and humor, because after all, we should have fun doing this. I am your champion now, until the breath shall leave my body, until the sun grow cold, or the earth itself turn to dust.
I, Alberic.
And I, Tyndall,
hear your words and know them to be true.
We feel your joy and your commitment to the kingdom and its populace, large and small. You have a place at our heart, you have our ear, you have our protection.
Until the crowns pass from our heads or the world ends. So say I, Alberic.
And I, Tyndall,
consuls of the East.
The field was full of vast voices raised and tales told. Passion, fervor, skill, and talent on display by all. At the end of the day, one voice stood above them all. Be it known that we, Alberic, council of these eastern lands, have chosen Agnes de Calais to sing our praises and spread our word fame as our consort's bard. Done by our hand this day at our Bardic Champions. For Lady Agnes, newest recipient of the Golden Lyre and Consort's Champion of Bardic Arts. Vivat!
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 Vivat! So before we say our thank yous and goodbyes, we'd like to show a little token of our appreciation, because without any Bardic war, you cannot go in it unarmed. So if we would please show the picture, each one of you, performers and entertainers, will receive one of these favors, so that they are prepared, well armed with their voices, their instruments, and their skill, and noted to carry on the strength of the East forward in whatever conflict should arise. So thank you so much again for joining us, and to all of the performers and entertainers today.
Your Majesties.
Yes.
My apologies, but I'm afraid I must raise a point of order.
Certainly.
Because each of you is now currently assigned 2 bards.
Oh.
This is
Oh.
a paradox. And there's enough dueling about to happen in a few weeks, so perhaps if your majesties could find a way to resolve this dilemma for us.
Their majesties summoned before them Drake Oranwood and Grim the Skald.
I'm here.
As am I.
Okay, then. It appears that we have accumulated too many champions. I'm going to talk to Grim. Talk to Grim. Grim, when I found out as heir that you would be my champion, my heart was full of joy. It was everything that I wanted. And thank you for everything you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your stories. I will release you as my champion, but will hold you dear in my heart, and look forward to seeing you perform in the war, perform in our barony, perform in our kingdom. Thank you.
I will always hold you very dear in my heart as well, Your Majesty. Thank you for releasing me from my service. But I will always serve the East.
Lord Drake, it has been my privilege to know you and have you as my royal bard. When you became consort's champion under Margarita's reign, we had no idea it was going to take this long to be able to do our step up and have you as our champions, and to be able to do a changeover for a Bardic event such as this. You have done a lot of work in promoting certain aspects of this event, and you've also done a lot of work in, may I say, you may have not been in the Zoom where it happened, but you certainly pulled that off.
Oh, I was.
You were in the Zoom where it happened, where for the Bardic War. Well, excellent. Thank you. I've been giving some misinformation because I was not in the Zoom where it happened.
Yeah.
But you did a great job as my champion, and I now release you from those bonds.
It has been an honor and a privilege, and I am so grateful. Thank
This is the part where we'd actually have you return our regalia, but that is not possible. So
However,
we'll have to
I can
figure
make
out
sure-
some kind of way to transfer the regalia to our current champion.
As it happens, I believe in the not too distant future, I will be keeping company with your new champion, and I will be happy to pass along my regalia to her at that time.
That is perfectly acceptable. Thank you so much.
For Grim and Drake, former Bardic Champions of the East, and their service, Vivat!
Vivat! Vivat!
Your Majesties, any closing words?
Thank you to everyone who watched. I'm sure anyone who caught any part of this enjoyed it as much as I did. It was an amazing day to have had this event happen, with the commitment to making this event happen and finding a way to keep it on the calendar without being able to pull us physically together, is a testament to the work and the skill of the East. The performances today were amazing. Thank you to everyone. Go get ready for Bardic War.
Everyone performed admirably today. It was just great to actually see the kingdom come together and to be able to pull off a Bardic Champions. And thank you again to the amazing performers who made it a very difficult decisions to getting here, and to all of the entertainers and to the people that made this happen. Again, thank you to our web team and to Mistress Diona for putting this all together and pulling it through.
If that's it, there being no further business, herein closes the court of their majesties, Magnus Tyndall and Elbrick, sovereigns of the East.